Hey guys, what's going on? Fush, Arigato Roboto. How good are keyboards? Thank you for the contribution and the package opening redemption. Ah la la. Welcome as well. Oh, just spent the last hour watching the Lakers lose in overtime, double overtime. Terrible. Terrible. Anyways, Fush, thank you for the the contribution here. All right, let's get this package opened, guys. We got the good package. Something to add to the list. I'm trying to figure out which side's the top. Really don't know. All right. Hopefully it doesn't matter. Also, let me know if the music levels are okay. I think it might be a little louder than usual. Okie doke, that was, I guess, the right way up. Alright, our one singular package for tonight. A bit loud? Okay, let me address that. Thanks for the heads up. Actually, hold on. There's a better way to do this. Louder than your voice for sure. Well, how about now? Is this a little bit better? I'm hoping this is at least a little bit better. Much better? Okay. But like you guys could still hear the music, like it's like the levels are all right relative to each other. Okay. Our package for tonight, we got the Neverest in. So we'll try to add this into the queue when possible. Oh, this packaging is kind of crazy. First look at the Neverest. Oh, here's a funny thing. I never took off the macro lens. So we're still on the macro lens, which is not a zoom. It's just kind of fixed, but we don't really use the overhead super often, and when we do, it's kind of nice to have something a little closer. Anyways, glad to meet you in this in EC keyboard world. Everyone in this community is so important to make EC keyboards more and more fun to play with. We are keep doing that, and hope you enjoy our Neverest series keyboards. Thank you for your support. All right, so it looks like I'm gonna guess this is all. How do you open this? There we go. So these are all the accessories. I got these green 70-gram domes. Oh, that's interesting. They put the wire there. Green 70-gram domes. Yeah. I hate it when I send an email and notice a grammatical error. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's probably like Deskies is not domestic, so all good. Whoa, look at this cable. What the heck? Look at this crazy cable. Let me see if I can show this. Like, look at the connector heads. Crazy. That's interesting. I don't know if I'll say I'll like it, but Punkshoe, welcome, and again, thanks for the contribution. We're keeping it going, right? What are we on now? Let's see. Metal. Yeah, they're like metal, and they also just like look kind of crazy. Like, I don't think I've seen anything that looks like this before. All right, so a bunch of these Deskies housings, which is something that people typically go to real forest to harvest for. We got these Deskies spacebar stabilizers, and also the 2Us. Oh, and the 2Us. These look. You know, okay, this is super interesting. These replicate the Nova Touch. There's like these insert things inside of them. That's kind of cool. And then like the drills are holed for it, or the holes are drilled for it. Hopefully they work out okay, because you know we've done some hole drilling before, and I feel like honestly I've needed to make them bigger than this, but hey, maybe this is fine. Deskies deliver, yeah. So we got the green. These are heavy, 70-gram domes. I wanted to see if I'll like these better than the carrots. I know it's gonna be like much heavier, but maybe I'll actually like it. Maybe it'll feel like a less tactile BKE heavy is what I'm gonna guess. There's all the MX sliders, and I think these are some kind of, I don't know, landing pad things for the bottoms of these Desky sliders. So also kind of interesting. It's also in the blue films zip packaging. See if we can get this back in. I messed everything up. Very cool. All right. Here's a diagram. It points out that there's like silence rings, but I don't know if they're included in this. Even if they aren't, I think the circular pads are what go underneath the sliders. All right, let's take a look at the board real quick. We're gonna look at this again whenever I add it to the queue, which I think honestly is probably gonna be like Sunday-ish, maybe? I don't know. Sometime after Saturday. Pretty cool packaging here. I'll show this view. That's a little too close. Anthixius, welcome. Let's take a look at this. Woo! That's nice. It's real nice. Part of me still wonders, like, oh, should I have gotten silver? I don't know if I should have gotten silver, but this gray, I think there's gonna be a lot of things that'll match with this gray. Never 60, nice, yeah. So here's what's really cool about this. So I think having this macro is kind of nice here overhead. This is a one-piece integrated case, so it's kind of funny because it's that, like, in the MX world, I think that integrated plates, like plates that are integrated to the case, I think they get a lot of like a big bad rep, just between I guess the Tokyo 60 and the Rama M60A. But what's funny is I'm actually excited for this in EC. I guess we're calling it EC now. Because this is actually how the hhkb is constructed with the integrated plate case. But this doesn't have the integrated housings. So it's like, it's somewhere in the middle, but also aluminum. So kind of cool. Kill combat. Oh, you put in points like every day. I think this is my 7th straight day of streaming. So, and I think I put it up last Friday, so nice. Well, welcome. Reading Raph again, also welcome as well. The plate also looks cooler underneath. Chris is on a roll. So yeah, I love silver, but I literally just built the live oak in silver, and I felt like I don't know when I would be getting an EC gray board, so maybe this was it. and hopefully I'll learn to like it, and hopefully the build will turn out all right. A little nervous because you know, I'm not sure 100% that the Desky's Matrix Falcon Topre, like the EC build there, was my favorite, but hey, hopefully this turns out all right. Okay, I see something real quick that I might have to just take care of a little bit. 1 second. There's a screw here that went loose. So it looks like this is Torx. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little confused by this. There's like all these extra, if y'all could see this, there's these extra holes. And I guess some of these screws have fallen out. 2 to be exact, I guess. But there's definitely like 1, 2, 3, 4 spots where it's kind of like no screws. So maybe some might have gone loose. Let's screw these back in for now. Is my points only for air horn and predictions anyways? Is this it? That's a little too big. That one is also a little too big. Okay, is there 2 more in here somewhere? Oh, I see one. One's kind of gotten captured right there. Or held captive right there. Okay, so I found one of them. There's supposed to be one more somewhere. I see it. A little weird, totally just kind of unscrewed, but we'll get them back in together. So yeah, this is never a 60. Excited to build it. So excited, but a little nervous, to be honest. We'll work on it. I don't know, in a few days. I'll bump this one up the queue. Okay, cool. It's cool. I like how it came with a sleeve. Like, it came with a sleeve, and the sleeve goes into this box. Looks like there's an extra little thing in here. Maybe there's more screws or something in here. There's a little, look at this. Maybe looks like, oh, here's a spare screws, sticker, whoops, a Desky sticker, some kind of gaskets, maybe these are feet or something. Why nervous? I'm nervous to see if you know, it'll beat out the Topre Falcon. Oh, it looks like the feet are already attached to this, and also, can we get this to? Got the Desky's logo on the back, which I forgot to show. It's got a nice curve here. Oh, see if I can show this. There's like a curve right here along this big edge, big curved edge. So pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of this engraving, but it's going to be covered up anyways, since it'll be, you know, it'll have keycaps over it. Okay, so that's the package. Appreciate you guys looking. Oh, this is cool. There's like a band. So I think it's like you put it's like a flappy sleeve here, and then there's like this elastic band attached to the back. And then I guess you like swing it over to kind of like seal it. There you go. That's pretty nifty. I like that. All right, so we'll stow this away, and we'll come back to it when we do. I keep forgetting. I have this whole on my Discord. I have a stream schedule channel, which I don't ping on, but I used to just kind of like I fill it out, and then anyone who's interested in seeing what the schedule will look like coming up can just kind of take a look. And I don't know. I just haven't really used it in a while. Yeah, there's the Discord. Appreciate that. Ooh. Okie doke. Oh my gosh. Alright, I guess we'll just leave it like that. Okay. So, let's take a look at our build today. Appreciate you guys watching that. All right, so the BMEK, this is one of my favorite boards. Take a look here. We've done a few builds on this now, I think a couple, and there are two different assemblies. So this is the most recent assembly. This is the BMEK. This is an hhkb Alice. Yeah, I don't know if there's a whole lot more to say. I had the plate custom cut for this particular build. It's a palm plate with some Corsa switches, the red Corsa switches from Bolsa, which I think are manufactured by Texi. I like them a lot. I think these count as kind of like another long-ish pole, tactile-ish switch, similar to the Blueberry Chiffons, I guess, from Invokeys. We put on this white on black set, and then also if you look at the left hand side, there's supposed to be a macro column, but I hate macro columns, so I've blocked this off with some switch blockers from, what is it called, Pimp My Keyboard, Signature Plastics store brand. And these blockers are kind of interesting. They're different from blockers I'd seen before. They apparently, I think, require dummy switch bottoms in order for this to kind of attach to. I think it might also require switch tops, but then the stem's removed as well. I hate it. Let's delete it. Yeah. So this is pretty nice. So I'll run a type test on this, but this isn't actually what we're rebuilding. I'll get to that in a little bit. We'll run this type test. Yeah. Okie doke. So let's do this. For those who haven't heard this, again, this is Corsa, palm plate, BMEK, hhkb Alice. We'll do a 60-second test. Wait. What do you think? Let's get a view of this. We'll do a 30-second test in this view. How about Winculus 60%? I'm not a fan. Do you use your pinkies in the typing test? So funny thing about pinkies. I mean, I use my right pinky for A. I guess sometimes Q and sometimes Z, but sometimes those are the ring finger. For monkey type tests where they're just words like letters and spaces, the pinky doesn't come up quite as much. It's like sometimes I'll hit it with like I'll hit P with it, but sometimes again that's the ring finger, or yeah, the ring finger. But the punctuation is what I'd usually hit this for, but it doesn't really get used so in these type tests. Okay, we'll do a 60-second test so you could see it in this view. There it is. Okay, so that is the BMEK with a build that uses a palm plate and Corsa switches. But again, that's not what we're going to be rebuilding today. What we're going to be rebuilding is a separate assembly. This one right here, this has GMK Classic Blue. I believe this is JWIC black switches with I want to say Sprit Slow 3 or something. Oh, well, that's weird. Sprit Slow 3 or something. I could find it. Kind of lost it. Yeah, I want to just do another build because it's one of my favorite boards. This one has screw type blockers here on the left-hand macro column. So this is the type that can be found on things like the KMAC Happy or the KBD Fans 5-degree case. So these are more typical of what I've seen, but we're just gonna retain those. And I got these kind of gradiented because I have like a few different shades of this, and they all kind of have this same profile. So pretty cool. But we wanna do this rebuild here. One of the motivations, again, being that I really like this board and I just wanted to do another build. Another motivation was that this build was actually supposed to have some different switches, but the switches wouldn't fit in the cutouts because they were a little too tight. So the hope here is that those switches can be put back into the brass plate that I got as part of this build when I bought it. They are the Zeal tactile, the Zeal Clickiez that are tactile modded, because I think that the idea is the leaf, the tactility leaf that's used for clicks can kind of be positioned a little bit differently to make it essentially no longer click but retain the tactility that was there, or kind of almost even change it still a little too. Another thing to mention about this board is that between the case as well as I think maybe everything, the PCBs, the two PCBs I have, and then this plate, these were not actually group by units. Like this was not a group by unit. This was not part of the group by. The board is open source. So someone, it was actually Reborn. He's come here into chat a couple times. Reborn had these custom manufactured because he was waiting to find out if he would get group by units, and he just decided, let me just get these manufactured now while the group by is still going, and then if I can get my hands on one, then maybe I'll move them. So he put these up for sale. I got it. It doesn't have the most perfect 100% perfect ano, but it's sufficient for me. Like I think it already looks great if you kind of look past the ano, but it's also, again, just one of my favorite boards just by virtue of the layout that it is. Another weird caveat just to kind of mention as well, for those who haven't seen this before, these space bars, these are both 275, which is really, really atypical. You essentially need to buy like multiple kits, like duplicates of a kit in order to get to 2.75. The reasoning for this is that like technically those OG like group by units were supposed to come with a quarter unit blocker, or sorry, a half unit blocker, that you could affix to either one of these sides so that you could do the normal 225 and 275 or swap them, whichever you want. When Reborn had these custom manufactured, he didn't actually get that piece, that one half unit blocker run as part of this. So I've been relegated to either, basically have an empty space for whatever it was that I would choose, or I'd have to find kits that do both 2.75U. So a little bit of a weird thing, but I think that there's, Gawk has recently shared his hhkb Alice. I think that there's maybe at least one or two other hhkb Alice boards out there that I think are run in super low volumes. Like they might be like close, like if not one-offs, they're like close to one-offs just for people who are really into it. And I think that they have probably addressed this issue by changing these to 3Us. I think that the announcement of the Type K that happened, like end of 2020-ish, 2020, early 2021-ish, kind of changed how keycap group by runners decided to kit and started throwing in double 3Us. Whereas prior to like the Type K, keycap group by runners were putting in 1 or even 0 3U spacebars. So it's just kind of a bummer. But, shifting over to that sort of paradigm of getting 2 3U bars, helpful for future Alice kitting for those who like longer bars, but also helpful for this other thing, which is this idea that in more standard layouts, you'd be able to replace a 7U with a 313 spacebar layout. So Lilium, yeah, exactly. Okay, so there's actually one more motivation to building this, to wanting to rebuild this. Actually, I think this is gonna be my 4th time doing a BMEK build. So the very first time that I had built this, I realized that one of the stabilizers was not like the others. Oh, the Lily PCB had that 313 option. Yeah, there's a couple of PCBs out there now that are starting to provide 313, which I think is conceptually a really cool thing. But as someone who uses my right thumb for the spacebar, it's actually terrible. And we're gonna get on this tangent a little bit for anyone who hasn't seen this before. But basically, hold on a second. 1 second. So basically, if you're a right thumb spacebar user, an interesting thing that I never realized until I actually tried 313 is that here's your 4 fingers, right? JKL semicolon. Where does your thumb land? It lands right in the center of the spacebar. For some reason, I just always assumed that my thumb would land on the right side of the spacebar, but it lands right in the middle. And if you take a look at what's going on, your left thumb is landing here. Why does this happen? The reason this happened is because of like what a QWERTY layout looks like. Everything is kind of shifted this way because there's a lot of punctuation here, and this side's mods are longer. So if you're ever doing 313 and you're a right thumb spacebar user, you're going to land right here, which means that your spacebar target is pretty much just now 1 unit. And I hate that. I ended up hating that. What's actually separately kind of cool, but not really that cool yet, is this notion of where the stabilizer placements are for 313. So the idea behind 313 is that when you've broken this off, the right sides of the stabilizers for 7U get used for the left and right sides of the 2 inner ones. So there's no additional cutouts needed on the PCB for these outer edge ones, nor are there additional cutouts needed on the plate either. But by extension, What I found really cool was that the two inner sides of the 313 spacebar stabilizers are perfectly fitted to put one 3-unit spacebar right in the center, perfectly centered. It's crazy interesting that it's kind of spaced in this way. It's almost like basically these three are all equal, essentially. And so I think that that's really cool, but not cool enough yet, because in order to fill out the rest of these spaces, like, I mean, there's some weirdness that would basically have to happen, right? Like you either need to block out these like have two giant blockers here, or you need to fill them with switches. And so it would go like 1 1 3 1 1 or 2 3 2. And neither of those layouts exist right now. So like or as far as I've seen. So until that does, having a shorter spacebar, which I think would be really cool, kind of akin to like those JIS style layouts, I think that would be really cool in like a JIS sort of translated to ANSI format, but again, just not really done yet. So anyways, okay, I'm just gonna say, yeah, no, I understand. At this point now, it's like I'd already had some plans for PCBs and plates to be outfitted with 313, but as soon as I did it the first time, I'm just like, I don't really want to anymore. Like, I'd rather just go back to 7U. Okay, I got sidetracked. So here's what I'll mention. The very first time I did a BMEK build, one of the stabilizers was bad, and I realized it was because I used these clear Durock V2. So I can show you. I use these clear Durock V2 stabilizers, right? But I also I didn't realize that I also just in the mix had Zeal stabilizers that were also clear. So I mixed them up. And the thing about Durock versus Zeal is that the actual stabilizer housing shapes are different. And that bothered me to no end. And also, I think Durock is a little bit better at keeping the wires in place. So I did a second rebuild, and that's what this one was. But it turns out there was another stabilizer housing that was Zeal, and I put it back in between those two builds. So I thought there was only one singular housing that was Zeal the first time around, but it turns out there were two. And on that second build, I only took out one of them. So there's still one left remaining in here. So the purpose of tonight's build, the really, really stupid reason is I'm now going to finally try to extract out that one inconsistent stabilizer housing. And hopefully that'll be the end of this stupid ass thing. And once we do that, I'll have a full set of Zeal stabilizers. And we're going to give that away at the end of stream, just so that I don't have to ever get that confused again. Does that sound cool with you guys? Hope that sounds cool with you guys. Okay. And again, also, we tested the build that's already in here. I don't want to screw this, like unscrew that, screw this back in, do another test, and then unscrew this again just to rebuild this. So we're gonna not do that. Here's what we can do. I can stupidly run a type test with just this assembly not mounted to anything, if you guys are up for that. I hope you have some trays to separate those stabilizers. Yeah, no, I'll know. Like I have, where is it? I have the stupid little baggie of all of the stabilizers, and like I can tell if I look really, really close which one's which. So you better believe that I'm going to use my actual eagle eyes to be sure that I put together the correct build for the third and final time of this this brass build. Okay, let's do a. This is JWIC black switches with let's see. Eagle eyes. JWIC black switches with Sprit Slow Extreme 2 68 gram springs, but we're not even going to put it in the case. I'm just going to type like this because I don't want again, I don't want to screw in, screw out, do all this all over again. So we're just going to type test with no case. All right. New keyboard trend, caseless. All right, I'll do one more 30 with monkey type up on screen. There you go. So that is it. You know what was kind of funny was that I feel like I'll unplug when I'm doing this, but it feels like when I'm typing, it's like bouncing left and right. It's kind of funny. Okay. So let's get some of this stuff out of the way here. I guess I'll put this back in the box. We'll keep the top or the TX60 plugged in. Has anyone typed on a caseless board? I think there's like kind of like there's more like it's kind of DIY-ish style keyboards where it's like there'll be things like ergo, like ortho-ish type boards that'll just kind of be caseless. I feel like I've seen that before. That might be a world record for bunky type. I feel like I've seen that before, but never like something a little bit more standard have I seen this really fully be done, but I don't know. I'm sure people have taken out their assemblies and done this, but not really like as a serious thing, you know? Okay. So let's do this build and let's get the music back on. Okie doke. I'm gonna grab a tray here and we're gonna pop these keycaps off. Oh, fun thing about these keycaps. Take a look at this. Some of these keys don't actually belong. This guy, there's a GMK key, and then there's these two like Windows 95 keys. These didn't actually come with GMK Classic Blue, but they are a perfect color match. Because there was a set that was run in 2016 by LZ, the guy who does the LZ boards. Yeah, they were running this sort of standard blue set, but it was mostly a blue on white set with an extra kit for blue mods. And it's the same exact blue. It's like just the standard stock color that GMK has. When was the last GMK Classic Blue run? I think that was 2020. I got in on the Classic Blue full alphas and everything in 2020, and I think it delivered like last year, 2022, I want to say. Maybe 2021. I think I'm mistaken. It might have been 2021 that it delivered. So maybe a kind of long-ish, like a little over a year, but the calendar year might have been either 2021 or early 2022 is when it delivered. So yeah, that's when it ran. But doing the white on blue alphas this time around was just like kind of a, yeah, that was clutch. Dang, here's hoping there's another yeah. It's a great set. I feel like at this stage it's I don't know how many more colorways of given key sets can be run, because I feel like just the explosion of the keyboard hobby and how many group buys were run from essentially 2020 to 2022. I don't know. Like, part of me feels like every possible color combination, at least every possible color combination that I think I would like, has kind of been exhausted by this point. But, you know, it remains to be seen. Like, it's just, I feel like there's less hype about things on the horizon now. And I think it's just, like, things have really slowed down. So I think it's good for our wallets, at least when it comes to plastics, you know, when it comes to keycaps. But I feel like the boards, how keyboards are run is really interesting too. I feel like there's a lot more like smaller exclusive or exclusive-ish runs that get put onto Discord rather than those that get run through geek hack interest checks and vendors. So that's like an interesting thing that I feel like is happening more now than ever. GMK Indigo is the only other blue set I'm considering. I actually got that one. I think that's a really, really tasteful two-tone. I'm not usually a big two-tone guy, but I think that one looks really good. So I did get in on that one, and yeah, we'll see when it comes out. Hopefully, it turns out the way it's supposed to. You know, I think it's already begun for running out of colors. Yeah. It's been kind of a minute since I feel like I bought in on a GMK set. Let me check again just to be sure. I feel like there were so many months where it's just like I was like getting in on like 3 GMK sets, possibly even more in certain months. But the last GMK set that I got in on, wow, group buy wise, not like extras or anything, but the last group buy I joined was early October, which when I think about that now is kind of crazy. It was a GMK Lilac on black. And then prior to that, I did GMK Frostwitch in September, and then prior to that was GMK Taiga in August. Yeah, and then basically it was pretty nuts basically July and earlier of 2022. I think that was when it was like going real nuts. I bought the Hibby for Lilac on black, but still no word on whether that's happening. Wait, is there some question that like Hibbies are happening or not? Is there some sort of thing about that? She got another iceberg. Oh, nice. Another. Alrighty. We're also probably going to pivot out of classic blue when we actually go and rebuild this. So we're gonna pivot out of that, and we're probably gonna go CRP, EN and C on this. Yep, might not have met MOQ. Oh, okay. All right, so I think the stabilizer in question is this one, or the stabilizer housing is this guy right here. So for those of you guys, if I could be like any clearer, as the stable or this whole assembly is sitting flat on my desk, Cherry style stabilizers, like specific like Cherry / GMK style stabilizers, the way that they hold the wire is like this. And I think there's a few other, like I think C3 might do that. TX actually does that, but TX is good. Somehow is very good. But Zeal does this, and I think Durock V1 does this as well. They hold the wire like this. Durock V2 and Gateron stabilizers, and I'm not sure if Owl Lab, I forget, but Durock V2 and Gateron, they do this. So like the wire sits like this. It's like a U, whereas the ones that like Zeal in this case right here in Cherry, they do this. It's kind of like a C. So I personally I have found that there's a few of these C-shaped ones where it seems like the stabilizer wire comes out a little bit easier than others. I think the Zeal kind of does. I mean, if you're just careful, it won't. But it kind of is more prone to possible wires getting shifted around. But in general, even I think I'm more bothered by the fact that it's inconsistent. OwlLab 2, okay. Yeah, so okay. Appreciate that. Like I don't know how to like this has been my best way of explaining it for like the last like 2 years. Is just the U and the C. But there must be a better way to articulate that. And let me know if you guys let me know if you guys have a better like is there a name for these? Like anyways, yeah, I'm just more concerned about the consistency. Like that just conceptually bothers me. So we're gonna rebuild it to get rid of that, change the switches, and also I like the build, so I like the board, so we just want to do a rebuild on it anyways. So is Durock still the top? OwlLab kind of teasing with the number 2 spot on and off. Push to clip versus pull to clip. Oh, I don't hate that, other than it's still a little tiny bit confusing. Like I had to think about that for a second. I think and Thixius, a lot of people as of late actually have really been liking TX, I feel like. But the latest revision of TX has kind of been a little bit more lukewarm versus when the previous revisions were out. And I feel like I've been noticing that among, I guess like streamers and people on Twitch chatting about it. So is there a top? I don't know that there's really a top. I know that there was a point where Durock V2 was really, really, really just hard to obtain. And I think that might have possibly preceded my return into the hobby. There was definitely a time where TX was really, really hard to obtain. I think another one that's worth talking about actually is Cherry clip-ins. They're basically like, in terms of shape and style, they're essentially like TX, but they don't come with the shims, and they might just be like a little bit, I don't know, possibly a little bit looser. Like in terms of, I think TX is just going to be a little bit tighter. But I don't know. I don't know if there's any such thing as a top, stabilizer right now. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's the reality that it seems to me like Durock is the most available. So I will say that. Like, it really, really feels like Durock is the most available. I guess Cherry clip-ins would be too. What problem do people have with TX? I used it for the first half in December, and it's been so good. So I was listening in on Alex Soto's stream, who has had some complaints about TX stabilizers, especially more recently. And he said that, like, this latest revision, he was saying something about needing a little bit more lube, and just something about, I guess the tolerances just might not be as tight as previous revisions. Now, the problem I have, on the other hand, had nothing to do with what Alex said. The problem I have, that I've heard other people talk about, is that the wires aren't as durable. Like the 7U wires, or the spacebar wires, I guess you might find this in the 6.25U wires as well, but primarily using 7U. Those 7U wires, when you're trying to like clip, like push the wire in to the housing to clip it in, if you use a little too much force, it will like bend a little bit if you use too much force. And I don't think this was an issue in the revision 2. So I think that that's the problem I have. So lately what I've been doing is just like going to vendors. If I'm purchasing something from a vendor anyways, I'll look up and see if they have extra wires, which are usually Durock wires. And then I'll just like add any stock of Durock wires into my orders. So I swapped the TX wires for OwlLabs. Okay, I see. Nice. Allhex, welcome back, and thank you for your contribution. Happy New Year, guys. I think I'm gonna keep saying it till the end of January. I think for me, once February the 1st hits, it's not as new of a year. I think that's the point for me. I'm just going to keep saying it through January. Aggo has some plate mount stabilizers that come with dampeners that they refuse to sell as standalone kits and as a screw-in version. They could be the best if they sold a screw-in version. Oh. What would you say? Okay, you say it makes what makes them the best. So the dampeners, are the dampeners on the housing, like the outer housing, or the little insert piece, or both? That's what I'm wondering. Because if it's just the insert, I guess you could like harvest. You could harvest the insert and then put it into something else, like a what is it? Put it into TX stabilizers and then take a different wire. It's basically Franken stabilizer on the inside of the housing. Oh, I see. Got it. Oh, that's a bummer. I see though. I guess those would be kind of good for the Matrix Falcon Taupe Ray, because the Matrix Falcon Taupe Ray is really interesting. It has a 7U bar, whereas like pretty much most 60% Taupe Ray / EC boards are gonna have a 6U bar. It has a 7U bar, so it has more compatibility with like, you know, MX keycaps, because you'd be using all the desk key sliders too. But what they do for the stabilizers, instead of having that standard Taupe Ray stabilizer that's like weirdly square looking, it uses plate mount stabilizers. So that seems like the one place where this might actually be useful. And then otherwise pre-built, I guess. Okay. I've been talking a lot. Let's do some work. We're going to have to unscrew all of these guys in order to be able to take out the brass plate so that we can take out this stabilizer. For anyone just tuning in, we're going to do a switch swap, and then we're going to take out that one inconsistent stabilizer, the last remaining inconsistent stabilizer housing, and then we're going to give away those Zeal stabilizers. Okay. What do I need? You got the screwdriver. I guess we can. I'm gonna go grab. Oh. Also, I found the Bob Ross mat. I've been using this Bob Ross mat as a work mat. I don't even think it's really ruined. But I guess the thing about the Bob Ross desk mat is I don't really care if it does get ruined. Should I have that attitude, or should I just use one of my other three that are completely beat up? I was a little bit more disappointed in the Bob Ross mat when I got it, because it's from Kono. I feel like a lot of people in general have issues with Kono, but it's not really the fact that it's from Kono. It's the fact that the desk mat's thin. It's definitely like flappier than all the other good desk mats that I have. But then on top of that, I kind of feel like the Bob Ross image resolution isn't strong. So I kind of feel like I don't care about this quite as much, but it's not even really ruined yet. But we can. All right, I'm gonna grab the desolder gun here, and let's do some work. This is a true junk giveaway. Yeah, it's a true junk giveaway for me, but it could be useful for you, because I don't think Zeal stabilizers are bad. It's just that I don't want to get them confused with my two stocks of different stabilizers between all my Durox and all my TX stabilizers. It's better to get those out of the way so that I don't mix these up again. Happy new month. Say it until January 2024. Again, yeah, it's exactly. I don't want to do anything with these Zeal stabilizers. Dorcas, welcome back. Dorcas, I don't know if you stayed around for the midway type test last night, but there now are 2 VODs you could go back to. I think to actually, now that I think about it, I did unpublish my midway VOD because I showed an address. But you can go back to last night's VOD, and then you should be able to find the midway type test there. And then in a couple days, I will be publishing both of the VODs. Last night's TX60 PC, where I did the midway type test, and then the actual midway build, where there's several type tests there. Those will be published to YouTube soon, just as soon as, you know, all of the sensitive cuts are taken out. It's a good problem to have. Nico Steven, welcome back. I fell asleep again, man. No, well, we got VODs. So you should be able to check last night's VOD towards the end, and it'll be up there. And also, they'll be up on YouTube in a few days. So, but Dorcas, welcome back. Nico Steven, welcome back as well. I'm gonna go grab the fume extractor. Almost forgot about that. All right, and then Miku has kind of done her job. She could move over, uncover this cable. Let's open a window. And get this fume extractor on. And also the air purifier. TY dude, got early days. Your sultry voice puts me to sleep. I guess I just have one of those boring voices. Keep falling asleep on Chris's streams, damn it. It's all good. I'm here for you guys, and I'm here for my builds. I gotta do all these builds, man. I got this stupid backlog of personal builds that it's just been hanging over me for like 2 years now. Just gotta build these. All right, let's get it. I'll do this upside down. Should I? Maybe right side up is better. Do you do commissions? I historically have not. You know what's kind of crazy? I will say this. Let me talk about commissions real quick. I'll pause here just so I can talk about it. I have historically not wanted to do commissions because I have so many projects of my own that I just want to complete. On top of that, I think I've just been a little bit averse to taking on the risk of doing other people's builds. Not that I don't trust myself. It's just that like, well, why would I when I already have all these other builds, right? So like, I have historically in the past just recommended people to go to other streamers because you can watch other streamers who really want to do commissions. And part of me had actually like, okay, so here's the situation. Part of me actually thought like, if you really want me to do your board, it'll cost you a lot. And so I never really advertised commissions, but if anyone asked me to, like, that's what was in my mind. As it turns out, the number that I had in my head actually still kind of beats a lot of other streamers. So just based off of what I could see, like based on what I can see, there are some content creators who like kind of have like a pretty high price on but like in my mind, like it was just maybe not high, but just not what I expected until I actually started looking at other creators and what they do. Granted, it is the fact that they are like bigger creators than I am, but partly I do commissions for content. No, there were a lot of people doing like completely free builds during the pandemic, and I think it was because there were a lot of keyboard streamers who just really wanted to push forward with streaming on I guess Twitch and maybe other platforms, but So they would do builds for free. But I kind of feel like that market of streamers and builds stream builders who do completely free builds has somewhat dried up, but they might still exist. I don't know every streamer and what they do, but yeah. In any case, there was someone who reached out to me recently. I did mention this. There was someone who reached out to me who saw my compact MX11800 stream VOD, and that person actually has an MX11800, and so they'd asked me if I was willing to do a commission for them. And those conversations still like a little bit ongoing. It's an interesting one that I'm even, that the fact that it's still going on and I'm talking about it right now is just, I don't know. I think it's an interesting conversation because it's that like I have like experience on video doing this specific board, which is a very weird one. So it's that like, if it works out, it works out. So, but up in the air right now, So, to answer your question, do I do commissions? Like I'll have conversations and we'll see where it goes, If you're interested in a commission for me, yeah, you could reach out to me. We'll talk about it. So, yeah. Okay, I'll continue along here. Yeah, otherwise I don't really, at least for now, necessarily advertise like a service. But yeah. Anybody out there who's watching this, if you are interested, just reach out and we'll talk, Confirm Crystal only do MX11800 commissions. Yeah, that's it's funny because it's that like I can actually very specifically consult for that, which is what I'm doing right now, like it's funny. There's also a joy in building your own, but I know not everyone would like to make the time. I think there's also the fact that there's in doing your own, you're also taking on your own risk, right? It is the case that I have largely invested in like what I think is really nice equipment, largely for myself. But like just as an example, when it comes to desoldering, like I find desoldering to be quite enjoyable, but that's provided that I have the equipment that I do have. And what I do know is that there's a lot of people who find desoldering really quite unenjoyable because of the equipment that is out there. That's, I guess at a price point more people can afford, that might not be provide the results people are necessarily looking for. I CBF the lubing switch. Wait, what is CBF? What is CBF? Bro, this is why I hate vacuum. We have a 10-year-old vacuum that's broken. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Oh, can't be fucked. All right, I'm gonna admit something here. I haven't legitimately vacuumed in like years, like actual years. I have a vacuum that is just, again, I haven't really used it. I have hardwood floors, so mainly I just use like a Swiffer. And even then, like, I don't actually, like, truthfully, I don't actually clean up that often. And It stays relatively clean until I realize, ah shit, I got a swift rub. There's like a lot of dust around. A Swiffer is kind of vacuuming. You don't really need to vacuum a wood floor, yeah. But I also have these massive rugs. They're like pretty high pile rugs that I've been using here for sound dampening, but also they feel kind of nice. They're on the edges where I'm not usually at because I have like a rolling chair on this hardwood. But I'm gonna figure like I probably have to run some kind of rug cleaning on them at some point, but then it's also really complicated because there is some very, very big heavy shit on these rugs. If we had a Dyson or something that worked, holy shit, I'll clean every room. I also keep just like, I don't know, shit keeps finding its way on my floors, and like I do clean like periodically. I'll try to, but then I'll clean and then something else will find its way on my floors. Terrible. You guys probably think I live like a slob. In a sense, I kind of do, but I tidy up for visitors, you know? Try to at least. I hope what's visible on camera doesn't seem too crazy, but probably. How many keys have I done? Is this a normal 15? Yeah. Okay, I'll do one more switch and then we'll run a cleaning here. Okie doke. Alright, we're gonna clean the nozzle, or the whole gun unit. Alright, just so you guys can see, one of the first steps here is I put this cleaning pin in here, and then I suck while I'm using it. Among the other things, we remove this pipe filter. Take this out. There's some solder in it. I'll put that back on the stand, and then we're going to try to pry out some of the solder that's connected to this metal sort of, I don't know what you call it, support that's inside the pipe filter. So pretty easy this time around. So before we pop that back in, there's one last thing, which is we take this little tool that helps you kind of shift the nozzle into a different position, and while it's out, it makes a really loud noise, just to let you know that I guess it could potentially be unsafe because of how hot the heating element is wherever it is. I don't know where it is because I've never touched it. So we take this guy here, which is literally a drill bit connected to like a holder. It's like a cleaning drill. You take this and you spin it clockwise until it's all the way deep in to where the holder starts. And once it's here, I'll hold it over a trash can and then pull it out straight. And so that should have loosened up little bits and pieces. Now I think that's kind of where you're supposed to end, but I do a little funky thing here, which is I'll go and take this cleaning pin, which is thinner than the drill, and while it's in this position, I'll still go back and push it out this way just to see if there's any residual stuff that sort of shows up. And while I'm at it too, I'll do it from the inside portion as well. So whether that does anything, I have no clue, but I feel like I've seen some extra residual stuff come out here and there occasionally. So anyways, we've done that, and then we take this, and this button kind of will help release it, and this helps you not get burned. There's the loud noise. Put that back into place, get the pipe filter back on, and it's cleaned. So, okay. So I'll try to do those. I'll try to do that process every 20 switches or so. hhkbs being exactly 60 switches means that I only have to stop twice in between, like the whole board. And then when I finish the last 20, I'll lift out all of the switches just to be sure that, you know, like I don't have to run a cleaning process and then go back and desolder again. So yeah, that's usually my plan here. Okay, anyways, back to it. This BMEK Alice though, hhkb Alice, does have kind of more switches, right? Because the spacebar is split. There's an extra B, and then there's also supposed to be a macro column. Luckily, I don't actually have anything to desolder in the macro column because I've kind of shunned it, you know? Trying to think of how many times I'm gonna have to do that per board. How many boards you got? And so for anyone who hasn't seen this, this particular handheld unit is the FM2024, but the whole unit that it's a part of is called the FM204. It's only 3 digits, 204. And it's a desoldering station. And it's a bit more costly than the FR301 that I think a lot of people in the keyboard hobby use, and that's because I don't know, the construction is just different. Not with the FR301 and you know that whole like series of guns, like basically all of the elements, all of the mechanics are built into the handheld gun that you have. And it's just different. Like with a lot of the stuff, in this particular case of the station being set in the station, that's kind of basically out of sight right now. It's a lot nicer to hold. I also find it to be the case that like it makes a little bit more sense in terms of the parts that you'll need to replace. So it's quite a bit nicer, but it is like basically over double the price, you know, of a 301. So 15 plus, wow. But I have that multiple build board ideas, so no desoldering. Hopefully I see. Simvac, welcome. Good to have you back. Happy New Year. Let's call that 13 minus 5 is 8. So I'm gonna do 12 on this row. Maybe I'll just do this whole damn row. And that'll take me to 21. And the bottom one will be 6. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'll finish this row. And then the last run will be the last 2 rows. I gotta move this out of here. 21. Oh boy. I'm kind of noticing that the desoldering strength has kind of gotten weak here. This may be due to needing the pipe filter to be changed. So a couple of things that we're gonna try to do here. When I'm gonna do a few things. Who is that? Oh my goodness. Oh, I gotta get my hands free. 1 second. 1 second. Hammer Brother with the big ol' raid! 2,000 points time. Oh, Hammer Brother, thank you for the contribution. Okay, so troubleshooting the desolder gun again. So we're gonna maybe get rid of this. This does look a little bit older. This pipe filter. But obviously, there's a couple of points that we could sort of change this for. Who is that? Oh man, I keep like losing my place here. Huge ass man. Huge ass man. Thanks for the follow. Desolder gun stream? Something like it. Alright. New pipe filter, brand new. Let's put this in here. Let's just try this, see if there's any difference. Still a little strange. I wonder if we should change that, the filter in the station, because we saw that as kind of a potential issue previously as well. Let me go look for that part. Be back in a second. Alright, it wasn't in the other room where I was looking for it, but let's look around here, a couple more spots. Found a nozzle. Aha, okay, here we go. So, there's a separate, oh shit, I dropped a bunch. Just open off of this side. I think I'm gonna drop it too. Here's another set of these filters here that I think will go into the base of the station. Basically, there's a filter within this gun for when you're sucking in this way. There's another filter in the station, and I remember I think replacing this last time around did resolve a big number of problems. So let's try this. I'm gonna turn this off, I think, and we'll oh, okay, yeah, that filter looks kind of old. Let me see if I can figure out what to pry it out with. This is the filter. I'll give a closer look in a bit. Put this all back together here. Okay. Luckily we got our macro lens. Where'd I put that whole thing? Jeez, I'm just misplacing everything tonight. Okay. So, remember your other desolder gun streams? Always good times, always, isn't it? All right. Macro lens still up. So, on the left is a new filter. If I can get the focus to work here. Come on. All right, focus is bugging out right now, I think. Oh, okay, here we go. On the left is a new filter. On the right is the filter that was inside the station. I don't think that this is the worst thing I've seen, but it looks kind of pretty bad. So let's kind of see. I could keep it on this view here. I can hear that it sounds different though, so that seems a little promising. Yeah, that's much cleaner. Okay, yeah. So I guess when your filter looks like this in the station, that's a little too much, I suppose. A lot of compression here. So I gotta clean it. Like, and it's funny because I think there was a long time where I didn't actually change that filter and it seemed pretty good, but maybe this is something I should be changing out more frequently. Let me see if I can redo some of these older ones. Yeah, I kind of can. Everything else does kind of look solid already though, so we should be good. I mean, let me just make sure. I think these ones right here were kind of the ones in most in question. So if I just try to pry these out now, is it fine? Ooh, I don't know. That one was. Some of these a little bit more suspicious. I might want to solder these back in to reflow. I can do that right now. So we're just using the gun as an iron right now. Just a quick little thing. Alright, let's see where it kind of ends. I'm wondering if this one needs it. It might. Oh, okay, see what I'm doing. Okay, so I think these two might kind of be it. Using the tactiles clicky on this board, how is converting them? Weird for sure. Any leaf issues? Not as far as I know, but we'll only really know once I get it on a board, right? So it's kind of why I want to do this build. But to this point, none as far as I know. How do the tactile conversion feel? In hand, feels pretty good. But it's, again, one of those things where it's like, gotta see it on a board. It might feel good in hand, but it's like the thing that has always made me feel that, or like especially more recently, was the Pro Worlds, which is actually like kind of what this is based around, right? The Pro Worlds made me think like, even if it sounds and feels good in hand, you gotta get them on a board, because they might disappoint you on a board. Yeah, I mean, I think the only great comparison in general of the Switch is to Pro Worlds. From the standpoint of the tactile, I don't know, but the Zeal website calls them comparable to BKE on Taupe Race. So I wanna try that comparison later on today too. So we'll see how it goes. You ever test new switches in a hot swap board before soldering them in? No. No. Pretty much no. I don't like hot swap boards, just period. One thing I noticed is that, like, actually, you know, Gordon Derp, you just come in hot. Well, kind of. Okay. This came up very briefly in Gordon Derp's stream last night. I rated Gordon Derp last night, and briefly came up was the fact that, like, Switch companies kind of get a little too clever sometimes. And I think one of the things, like, over time was, like, how do you make sure everything is super tight and not wobbly? And so some of these, like, Switch manufacturers have, like, with certain switches, modified essentially their shape and sizing. And in doing so, they've done things like just make switches a little tiny bit bigger. And I've had situations where switches are really, really hard to take out of plates, and then made even harder when it was a like hot swap. So, like, yeah, I don't want to do the whole hot swap thing because, like, I can't really know, like, for example, with my naked eye or just feeling for it, whether or not that switch is gonna be that way. And then on top of that, it comes down to the plate too, right? And so now it's like, it's twofold. Who knows how the plate was really cut? Like, I cut my plates with a crazy amount of curves sometimes. And maybe that's possibly like something that could contribute to the problem. But it's also like, I mean, I don't cut every single one of my plates. A lot of times the plates come with the builds that I buy, and they could kind of do this. And I've noticed that I've had boards where, like, within the same exact plate, I was supposed to clean this out. Within the same exact plate, like, two cutouts are slightly different sized, you know? So it's just like, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, and yeah, I don't like hot swap for that reason. I've basically, one of the worst experiences that I feel like I had was, I had a really big, nice batch of OP black switches that I put into a Ramakara. And most of those top housings are completely ruined at this point because they were really, really, really tight in both the plate and in the hot swap sockets, and trying to remove those, basically, I don't know, a lot of pressure was needed to the point where those housings got messed up. But yeah, everyone should follow the Cherry standard. I agree, but you know, you never know, like, what's really happening, and all these different Switch manufacturers might just be doing things that are just a little too creative for me. If that exact same Ramakara was solder, you'd have the same issue. No, when removing the switches, there's a chance that it would have been bad, but here's what I'll definitively say is that hot swap did not help. It did not help at all, because there's tightness of the switch in the plate, but it's compounded by tightness that sit in like a hot swap socket. And that's kind of the problem that I have with that. We experienced it, I forget, with some of, I think it was the QK60. I was removing the KK Lightwave switches, and it was also equally, just like almost equally, really, really tight, and I think I damaged some of those housings too. We got to a point, and Sinvec was really suggesting it. No, or I think Sinvec and a few others were really suggesting that, like, no, I don't think it's the hot swap socket. what ended up happening was at some point, with just a few switches left, you could pull like the couple of switches left out of the hot swap sockets on the PCB and just pull the PCB off, so that the switches were now just on the plate. Removing those remaining KK Lightwave switches from the plate was still challenging, though I would argue that it wasn't as challenging as when, you know, everything had to be kind of bound together in the PCB on those sockets. That's I would legitimately argue that, but I don't know. To each his own. I just feel like I've personally had some bad experiences, so yeah, I'd rather just full commit on a solder board. You know, like I'm basically at that point personally. Let me test again here. We got into this point where I'm not sure that these will be easy to slip out. Wow. That one was. Okay. So down here, I'm going to try to do these resoldering a couple of the joints that look bad, maybe not both in the pair, but I can see where some of these might still be soldered in, and I think I wasn't cleaning all parts at the same time when I kind of did that midway on the previous row. So I'm going to reflow some solder, then suck it back up. I'm going to try to pull these off just to see things have improved. Yep, perfect. Oh, I don't know about that one. Weird about these two. Man, what's going on with that switch? This one's really strange. I think it was the plastic leg was kind of getting stuck. That's like a pretty tight. It's like not even the part that you solder was kind of getting stuck there, but I think we're good there. Okay. Moving on. How do you like the TX board? You know, I was complaining a little bit from a previous couple of nights when I put these C3 Kiwis into the duck sidewinder, saying that I was getting a lot of these weird double presses on those tactile switches, and that it seemed like it was a little bit better on the Cherry Clear Hyperglides that are in here. And I was trying it, you know, just throughout the day, and I realized it was a little bit better than the C3 Kiwis in that regard, but it still kind of had that problem. But essentially the idea is that, like, for some of these, like, tactile MX switches, there's a separation between the actuation point and where the bump is. And so I get these, like, kind of weird, you know, like, double taps. Like, I think the example I used yesterday was, like, if I type the word like, L-I-K-E, it might show up as L-I-K-I-E. So switch-wise, it's a little bit... The switches are a little weird. The board itself, I don't know, it sounds pretty good. Like, the sound of the switches are good. I don't know if I'm an RGB guy, I'll be perfectly honest. Especially, like, the way that, like, RGB like this kind of comes out big in something that's transparent or semi-translucent or whatever. I'm not sure I like it that much. I'd actually kind of would prefer to just turn it off. Being totally honest. I think that's just my thing. And then on top of that, again, from an aesthetic point of view, I think, like, it looks pretty good, but I think I've, like, kind of a little bit tired myself out of E-White. A little bit tired of E-White boards. Like E-White as a color for a keyboard. So I think it'd be cool if I got, like, recoded somehow. But when it comes to, like, how the board itself, like, sounds, performs, it's pretty good. Good board. Alright, so there's a lot of these snags that are happening with trying to remove these switches, and I'm realizing that they might be coming from, again, those plastic legs, the extra 2 pins and the 5 pin. So I'm using my thumb to kind of just try to assist those plastic legs to be removed, which I think is, you know, I'm finding it to be a little bit helpful. Yeah. So either these JWIC legs are really, really tight, or the holes on the PCB are. Honestly, probably think a 3-pin switch would make this a little bit easier on this board, just because there's a tightness to it, I guess. But we are going to run Zeal Clickiez, the tactile versions. Oh, I can turn this off, can't I? And those I believe are 5-pin anyways. And then we'll find a new home for these switches. The switches themselves are pretty nice, so I don't think I'll have any issues finding a home for these. It's funny too, because I think JWIC, like the whole JWIC line of switches, are supposed to be, like, you know, kind of cheaper, I guess, like more affordable. And I don't know, they're a good switch, so they're good. I was seeing I actually placed an order on Kinetic Labs earlier for some new 205 and a syringe, as well as some extra 2-stage springs, 75 grams and 69 grams. I also saw that they stock KTT roses, and I was trying to, like, look it up. I guess the difference between KTT roses and the strawberries is I think the bottom on the roses are nylon, and the strawberries, the bottom is polycarbonate to match the top. That's the only difference, because I'm going to spring swap anyways, at least. Problem was, I think I need a reflow here. Kinetic Labs only had the 3-pin version, and I already only have the 3-pin strawberries that I don't remember fully where I got them from. Might have been Dankeebs or something, I'm not sure. But I think Dankeebs now sells like 5-pin KTTs, so I'd rather buy from there. Probably do me a little bit better. I kept that on. I keep forgetting to turn that off. Easy. All right, we got all the switches out. Now we gotta unscrew these blockers so that we can free the beast that is the one mismatched Zeal stabilizer from the PCB. I started stream like an hour later than I wanted to because some people might have known when I just started. I was watching the Lakers lose in double overtime. I was like, man, if they were just gonna lose, why did I even watch this? I should have just started stream an hour earlier. So I should be able to lift that off, and all those blockers still in place right now. I'm going to do a bunch of things out of order here. One is I realized, knowing that I was able to desolder everything successfully, I think it's probably a good time to clean this out again. So a little out of order here. That part's a little cleaned up. I'm gonna push this right through. I should have probably did this in a slightly different order. Oh God. Okay. Last pass with this guy. Both directions. Okay. Cleaned up, but we're also probably not going to power it off and turn it off yet in case I fuck something up on the resolder. Okie doke. Yeah, I could see that one's Durock. Durock. That's the Zeal. Durock, and that is also Durock. Yep, so it's this guy. So I'm gonna need to unscrew this one. This dumbass thing. All right. So there's the bad stabilizer set thing, I guess. Set that down. Okay, so here's our little bin of Durock stabilizer parts. We keep all our TX stabilizers a little bit separate, but nonetheless. Oh my god, there's a lot going on here. Oh, I still have stabies. I haven't used stabies. I've never tried them, but I keep hearing that people have like stem cracking issues with them. So it's like I've always been like a little bit scared. Oh, okay. There it is. Oops. So the funny thing is, I wonder, do I have to replace the insert? Gotta hang this off something. Anubis Prime, welcome back. Nox Umbra, welcome. Dark Prez, thanks for the contribution. Appreciate you guys being here. Mine are solid. There are bad batches though. I see. So you love stabies. All right. There's a part of me that thinks here the inserts are the same between the Zeal and the Durock, but I'm not 100% sure. What did I do with the other one? Let me figure that out. It looks like I just put the housing in here. Okay, so I think we're going to retain the housing. I guess I tried cleaning it at least a little bit. All right. Oh man, I hope I'm not confusing every single little thing here. This is gonna possibly be very bad. Okay, these are the legitimate. Did I already have one out? Why is there an even number? Oh god. Getting horror flashbacks here. Why are you rebuilding? Just want to change it up? 3 reasons. The reasoning is threefold. One is, yes, I love this board. Number two, I want to do a switch swap in general, so that's kind of the other motivation. I was supposed to use these switches in a different build with a different plate and PCB, but the same board. But the switches didn't fit that plate. It was a palm plate that I had the cutouts cut a little too tight. But the third reason was because this build had a leftover, basically inconsistent stabilizer housing. So we're trying to finally go out of our way to fix this now. And I'm a little bit worried that I've already gotten a bunch of things here confused. So pardon me while I just make sure I have everything here accounted for. Two, four, 2, 4, 6. What the H? Hold on a second. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. That would be 9, and then this 10th one is the bad one. Sonas, what's going on? Welcome back. And Happy New Year, guys. Okay, so these are all clear Zeal stabilizers. So let me go and verify that, because they're different from clear Durock V2s in terms of how the shapes are designed. Okay, so that counts for 8. 2 of them I accidentally lubed, but only one of them here was captive. So I'm going to toss that into this little baggie. How are the Zeal stabilizers? I don't think they're quite as tight as like Durock V2. I don't think they hold wires quite as well, but they're like otherwise like pretty standard. Like when you compare them to like GMK screw-ins or like, I don't know, any other old Cherry screw-in. See, I feel like they kind of match up. It's just that like that particular design where the wires are held like this instead of like this. I don't think I like it quite as much unless it's on TX stabilizers. So, but it's not as though like they're bad. I mean, there's a lot of people who've really always loved Zeal stabilizers, but always just found them kind of pricey. So, with that said, now that I've extracted it, I gotta find the bag it used to live in. But we're gonna be giving these away here at the end of stream. These old Zeal stabilizers, 2 of which have housings that were already kind of lubed, but we'll be giving these away. I don't know where these. Jeez, I'm just like losing everything here. Okie doke. This is the giveaway bag, but I also need to construct it more with all the wires, inserts, and everything else. The washers. So that's where we'll hold this right there. This is what we'll be giving away, those Zeal stabilizers. Durox, as far as I've used, are the best and worst stabilizers. What? They're the best and worst? I see. I need to rebuild for a similar reason soon. I see. My Cuphead vinyl soundtrack from 8-Bit just shipped. Oh, nice. I think Anthixius mentioned getting in on that too. I was thinking of getting in on it, but I keep holding it off. Like, I'm going to imagine they're probably still going to have, like, our pre-order. I don't know if pre-orders are still up, but, like, it's probably still in stock and on sale, right? I was thinking of getting in on those Cuphead vinyls. There's, like, 2 of them, right? Cuphead soundtrack has no business being so good. Anthixius, yeah, you heard your name. Did you get in on those? You were the one that mentioned you got in on the Cuphead vinyl, right? And there was like 2 of them. Because they sound the best, worse because they're so bad sounding stock and need so many mods and lube to make it sound perfect. I see. I like TX, but they got some weaknesses for sure. All right, something here feels suspect. Like I am possibly missing stabilizer housing again. Now, the giveaway ones are all here and accounted for. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10. Along with the number of screws, 2, 4, 6, 8. I don't know, I need to count them. But of the Durox that I needed to replace this with, if I get rid of this, or if I use what I see, I'll have an odd number. I don't know, maybe one will just turn up at some point. No, it must have been someone else. Oh. Who was it? Maybe it was Sona's the whole time. Alright, hold on. Let me look it up. Well, I'm going to look this up. I gotta know now. I thought it was Anthixius the whole time. Oh, Sonas, I think it was you the whole time. Based off of what I see from October. Why I attributed it to Anthixius, I'm not sure. Alright, I'm going to switch AirPod ear. Oh my gosh, I think I'm going crazy right now. I shouldn't have an odd number of these housings. Not in there. There's more than one vinyl for Cuphead. Which one? Did you get both? I think you mentioned that about, yeah, I found it in the logs. He said he bought it. You got both? Ah, man, maybe I should I do it? Is it still in stock? Okay. So I'm going to lube the inside of this housing just a little bit and again be 100% certain I can confirm that this is the right stabilizer housing, and then also again try to figure out why I had an odd number of housings left over, but should I relube? Nah. Oh shit. Yeah. Smart. Okay. That is in there. I guess I could relube the wire too. Just for the heck of it, not that. Gotta find the brush though. Alrighty. Oh, I've missed a lot here. I only got to the second world of Cuphead. I think I got stuck on the roller coaster ride. It actually is still in stock. The original run had sold out, and I think they reprinted it for some anniversary thing. Oh. Fucking horrible map. I could have beat it if I stayed on it long enough, but too many games to play. I love the game up to that point, though. I remember I had a buddy, Glennon. He would come over, and we were just playing Cuphead every weekend. He would drive out like 45 to an hour to where I was living at the time, and we just played Cuphead like all night, and we did that for a few weekends till we beat it. And you know, Cuphead is really interesting. It's like 2-player mode is made like a little bit easier for the fact that you know, you can revive each other, but they also like counteract that by making you significantly weaker than if it was just one person playing. Like, I think there's a pot, like, you could, I don't know if it's out there, but it felt like the combination of 2 players, their power was weaker than a single player, is what it felt like. Now maybe that's not true, but it really felt like that. And I think it was just like, that was the balance made for you being able to be revived, or like revive each other. If I put this in the right way. Looks like I did. One of my favorite indie games. Do you know a lot about record players and audio? Not at all. I have like a dozen vinyls still in full because I don't own a record player yet. I see. And it's all good. Collecting is always fun. All right, 100% certainty I have the correct stabilizer housing. I hope that I've done this right. I have a record player, but it's not a modern one, so I don't know how to make it play music. I'm missing something like a preamp, amp, or something DAC. I don't know. Should be able to bring it in a shop and have them fix it for not an incredible amount of money. So are you missing a part, or is it like the actual unit itself just like, is it working but you're missing something in your chain? Or is something about the record player broken? But Mordecai, by the way, I don't know if I've officially welcomed you this evening, but welcome back. It's working, but I have no chain. I see. Yeah, you can like buy those parts. It's just like you got to be sure of what what it is that you do need. Like, presumably, if you have like a stereo setup, you have everything up to the part that's more specific to the turntable, which would be that phono preamp. But you know, if you're missing something else too, then yeah, you got to resolve that. Okie doke. I think this is it. I hope this is it. Ah, shit, I did that. Fuck, I did exactly what I didn't want to do. I was trying to leave this in place. It's old Iowa something. I only have the record player, nothing else. I see. Many stereo amplifiers have phono input that you should be able to use. That's true. So like if you, yeah, there's certain stereo amps, or like a lot of stereo amps that just like they accept specifically record players, like they have that record player preamp built into them, and those will just make it easier so that you don't have to buy an amp and the turntable's phono preamp separately. God damn, man! I'm trying to be too slick with this. That's what's happening here, to be honest. But I'm still gonna try it. So what I'm trying to do is like the individual blockers, I'm just trying to keep them in place face down so I could just screw all of them in at once. I'm trying to keep them aligned while it's just like sliding around on this desk mat has been a little bit challenging. And I think the alignment is kind of not critical, but it is important because it's got to sit into the case cutouts properly. So there might be a little bit of maneuvering that we may need. I hope that's it, but I don't think I've really fully aligned this properly. Shoot. It's hard to tell, and it's going to be hard to really tell until I have all of these switches punched in too, so. Man, I could probably just redo this when I have all those switches punched in. Okay. I'm going to go grab those tactiles. The clickies, the tactile clickies. What's cool is that when dealing with these Alice boards, I don't have to change any springs, which you kind of can't really with these, and you kind of can't really with these anyways. These are like cap springs. These are like Gateron caps, the clickies, so yeah. So I'm going to dump these out. One other thing too though is maybe I should try to be totally certain that I have this positioned correctly. So it's like I place this guy, or maybe I should watch a VOD. Okay, better idea is I have two builds, so I could just look at the other build and pop a keycap off. I need to make sure that the spacebar is positioned in the right place. Yeah, okay, we good, we good. All Zeal build? No, we're not using Zeal stabilizers in here. I was trying to replace a Zeal stabilizer. One singular Zeal stabilizer that got mixed in with these other clear Durock stabilizers. But we are using these Zeal Clickiez. In retrospect, now that you say it, maybe I should have went with all Zeals in this. But it's fine. I don't really want to. The Durocks in there are already like done basically. You need a non-digital speaker, right? I'm gonna have to look up these. Yeah, you might need like powered speakers, you know, something that you connect to an amp with speaker wire. Look up videos. If you look at this picture, there's an amplifier with a phono input. You would plug your turntable into that port with RCA cables, then connect it to a pair of speakers as you'd otherwise would. Yeah, there you go. So then those speakers, yeah, those speakers will accept like speaker wire or possibly like banana plugs. But I think most people like using speaker wire. I really like Zeal Clickiez. I recently did some spring swapping and some Clickiez. I used to have Clickiez in a build and then desoldered them kind of recently-ish. Spring swapped them to have a longer spring. I'm a big long spring guy. So off the bat, I'm going back and now recalling that these tactile clickies, like these are the lighter version. There's like a very light and a very heavy version. And I've already used the very heavy version in I think it's the Hello M0110, and I kind of like them. And I've tactilified the lighter ones, and now that I'm like kind of trying it out, like, you know, punching them into this plate, I'm like, these are really light. These are lighter than I remember when I was trying to like tune them. I believe I tuned them. I lubed them up and everything. No films though. I don't think. I only have Deskies films, and I don't think they're really gonna work here just based off of the internal shapes. They might, but I didn't really even try to bother. I had Clickiez on my first board at Tofu 65. Nice. Yeah, Clickiez are really smooth. As are a lot of switches. A lot of switches are very smooth. But I think Clickiez are interesting because I think they were one of the first that was just like available and really smooth. But they're also, they were and still are pretty expensive for what they are. And I think that that's probably one of the bigger criticisms of it, is just like how pricey they are. Like, if they were priced like other switches, they'd be very comparable to those other switches. But I think it's the price that's probably a big turnoff for a lot of people. I bought a Zeal switch opener, so expensive. But so is it the crazy, that like the gift one where it's just like the mechanism, or just like, you know, the whole thing just looks really crazy? Reading this article, looks to probably describe the difference between line in, which you'd use for CD players, and phono and whatnot. Phono for the turntables. Yeah, the demo. I see. I'd forgotten what that name was. Almost got all these punched in here. All right, so I've been doing a lot of streams in a row, right? And I think I'm going to come back tomorrow night, but I'm definitely going to take a break Saturday and then potentially Sunday. I think it's a lot of streams. I like doing my switches, like tuning my switches off stream, so I need some time to like tune some future batch or batches of switches. So just letting you guys know in advance. Here tonight, here tomorrow night, then maybe a 1 to 2 night break. I'm confused. Why did I have these separated? Why were there 2 bags? I don't know what's what. I think maybe these 2 are just like weirdo feeling ones. Imagine having so much content that you need to tune switches off stream. All right. I don't know why these two are separated. Maybe I can crack these open and find out. Or did I not lube these, or did I just put them in a separate bag because they feel or sound weird? Let's take a look and see if... I don't think this is lubed. Real quick, just spot checking these. Bro, I legitimately can't tell. I can't. I can kind of see that there's a like kind of a gloss here on the spring, indicating that I oiled the spring. So things that were lubed must have come from this bag and was what I spilled out everywhere. Crack this one open again, see if I can try to spot the same thing. This one also kind of looks tuned. So I'm just going to disregard and hope everything is fine. It's got to be. And yeah. Just pretend everything's fine. Okay. The preamp recommended is $200. They can get pricey. Me, I don't have a really particularly sophisticated ear, so paying that much is more just kind of like, in my eyes, paying that much is more a little bit for like vanity than anything. Yeah, it's the world of audiophilia. Okay, I'm gonna bring the iron out even though we have the gun out. But let me see if I could just position this so that it's not like as in the way as much. I would recommend just go with a nice, yeah, get one where like you don't have to buy the phono preamp separately. I would honestly say that that's sufficient, because a lot of those stereo amps that will go so far as like having that included is probably going to be decently good. Yeah. Thanks for the info. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, I'm kind of hungry. What the heck? Why have I gotten hungry? $12:22 is Taco Bell time? Oh, bruh. Bruh. All right, let's get to soldering. Steal this. Oh, wait a second, guys. I gotta use my eagle eyes. Make sure I have no bent pins here. If you're subbed, use that eagle eyes emote. because that's what we're using. Any bent pins? Everything looks pretty solid, I think. But I guess even if not, we could always desolder because we have the gun out already. A Mexican pizza right now. Oh my goodness. Crunch wraps. Oh, sometimes some of their specials, like their limited time stuff, is really good too. Oh my god, you guys remember that? Like it's like a toasted cheddar chalupa. Oh, so good. But I can't front. I had some like gentrified Mexican food earlier. I had a gentrified burrito. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like they kind of price it up and then like they kind of try to make it like nicer, but you know it's still like not like legitimate because it's like chain like, not really like a chain, but a chain like place. Not saying where. Not trying to dox my exact location. I went to a place called Taco Bell's. $7.99 a taco. A taco. Yeah, so you know all about those. You know what I'm talking about. We know what I'm talking about. We're gonna do push alliance. This is gonna be another one of these boards where it probably almost doesn't matter to do push alliance because the plate's so stiff and everything's like pretty set, but we're still gonna do it anyways. Just want to make sure everything's good. So one leg in first, push to align, second leg after. I mean, the taco was good, but I'm glad I was on a work trip and used the company. There you go. That's the way. That's when you go and look for those gentrified taco places, when you got the company card. Yes, always. You're definitely eating something inauthentic and super expensive, but in some capacity, in some way it's good. Like it might be a little healthy, a little too healthy, or it might be a little too, I don't know, unhealthy. My favorite Mexican place probably has a C rating on the window. Alright, about a row and a half left. I see those number in solder iron. I thought it was in Celsius. No. It's Fahrenheit. I think there's a way to change it so that it's Celsius, but I'm not gonna look for it. Alright, almost done with this row, this last row of the first legs. Alright. Let's quickly do these push aligns. It should be quick. Like everything is probably already fine, so no need to like trip super hard. I felt like there was kind of potentially some right there. There too. Maybe there. This was a funny one because like I didn't have to use a plate fork. I usually just bust out the plate fork almost no matter what, even when the plates are stiff, but this one like felt like I most definitely didn't need to. I think it's so easy, especially like having screwed in those blockers first. Okay, last row. I'm realizing if I tilt it upwards, this also kind of makes it easier as well. So I should do this a little bit more. Okay. That's the last of it. There were a couple where it felt like, oh, that was like a little tiny bit helpful, but not very many. And I mean, either way, it was like totally fine. Okay. Breeze through all these second legs, and then we should be like good. Oh, I didn't write in the keycap set I'll be using, but I'm going to be using CRP R4 EN ANSI. Oh, here's a funny thing about the Neverist. I don't have a whole lot of key sets on hand that'll support 6U. I have a small amount, but it's like I might have to juggle things around in order to find something. If anything, the easiest direction to go in would probably be white on black, because I think I have a number of white on black 6U space bars, if at the very least from Damaki. Maybe Alpine? I could steal Alpine off the gasket 00. That's one. You know, I think I ended up... I got the space kit for Alpine specifically because I thought I would be using it on some kind of Nova Touch slidered. Had like my heavy grail veracity, but I never did. So maybe that's transition to using that on the Neverist. BMEK. I could use this classic blue. I think I have 6 U's on that. But there's a chance that it's only 6U off center. Wow. Deep Navy. I'm looking to see what I have. Greg, I could use Greg. I feel like yeah, I feel like I've relegated Greg to like you can't use it on a serious board. Alpine's a pretty great color. Great color set. I got after seeing yours and I'm very happy with it. It's almost a perfect match for the color of my F1. Nice. Huh. Cool. Glad I could influence that. Glad I could influence you to spend more money. But yeah, I feel like the only time I ever really used Greg was on the Z60, where it's like I didn't like the board. So maybe if in the future, if I don't like a board, I'll just use Greg on it. And if I don't like the Neverist. Oh, actually, you know what about the Greg? Yeah, that would work. I think it only came with black space bars for like the smile. I don't think it came with a yellow 6U. If you're trying to like just do black on yellow with no Greg face. It helped that Kono had a sale that made Alpine a normal price. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like Kono's charges, like upcharge is crazy, and then they'll periodically run these sales. Where it's like, oh, that's just a normal extras price at another vendor. I also saw, didn't you buy the kits to make Greg black on yellow? You even packaged it as black on yellow for an hhkb board. Yeah, I did. And I tried it. It's like, it's a funny thing because it ends up looking like a very, very generic, like almost like it's not, but it looks like a generic like PBT set where like the keys were yellow and then the legends that were die subbed onto it were black. It's funny that it looks like that. And I don't know, I'm not really 100% sure what that would go well on, to be honest. When you're trying to like seriousify Greg. Like retaining the stupidity of Greg maybe should, you know, kind of be embraced, especially when I come across a build that's stupid. So maybe if I don't like the Neverist, that's what Greg's gonna go on next. But if I do like it, then maybe Alpine. Trying to take a look and see what other I wrote down all of the boards that I have 6U keycaps on, 6U spacebars on. But the problem is that like I haven't verified whether they're off center or actually centered, because I think this this Neverist is centered only, and stupidly enough, Classic Blue might not. It might be my only one where I only have off center. I mean, you only do buy hhkb. You take that to mean you should put Greg on nothing if you like. True. Yeah, everything else is like kind of relatively unavailable. I just put Norse on the Vero. I think that looks really good on that purple. Evil Cadet. Oh, I have... Oh, no, that's not true. I have VOC, but that's on the Kara. Okay. I think that's it. So let's go and plug this in, see if everything's good, and if it is, then we can spend this time cleaning up, including getting rid of this this desolder gun that I've left here in case of any fuck ups. I would think with the number of key sets you have, it would be easier to find a keycap set to put on a board. It's a matter of, okay, so while yes, that's true, it's a matter of which key sets do I have with a 6U spacebar, and does that key set already have plans to live on other boards that look good? Like that's kind of the weird thing. Like I love the Alpine on my Gasket 00, but it might have to move. Like it might end up, you know, I don't know. Okay, I think everything's all set to go here. So I'm gonna take some time to clean up before I continue here. just because there's a lot we can do for cleanup, just to have this all nice and set to go. That's fair. I don't actually think I have any 6U spacebars. Yeah, it's a weird thing for sure. Like we're at this phase of the hobby, whereas people are like, oh yeah, let's make true hhkb on our MX boards. And then now I feel like for anyone who's ascribed to that, it's almost like you gotta scramble to figure out, oh shit, now I have to find 6U, and that's exactly what's happening to me. Okay, so I have to get this reheated before I think we did already clean this, but let me make sure. Kind of. It's kind of clean, but I'll go do one more pass just to be certain. Because I'm not 100% sure I cleaned it. This is clean. Okay, but just one more pass through the pin, with the pin through the nozzle anyways. Why not? Ah, shit! Oh, I burned myself. Ah. I started resting my arm where I dropped the cleaning pin. God dang. Alright. Otherwise good. So now, I'm going to turn this off. And while it's getting turned off, it'll begin to cool. And that is when we put some solder on the nozzle just to help prevent oxidation. And once we're able to successfully do that, then we can stow this away. Oops. If I recall, Diz 7V used a 6U IC. I wonder what set that was. All right, I think that's good. I need I've been going like all the way around to put this, but I think I have space to just not do that anymore. Still weirded out by this seemingly odd number of leftover Durock V2 clear housings, but maybe I lost one or broke one at some point. I don't know. God, I just stubbed my toe a little. GMK DMG. Ah, I see. DMG is cool. I think I have DMG on the way. I was thinking of getting that, I forgot what it was called, that there was like a Super NES themed key set running too, right? I think that was when I skipped on, but that was like, that gave me like some DMG vibes. NTD, I see. I feel like I should wash my hands. I got that one and not DMG because purple is better than maroon. Ah. I like both. Both are chill. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'll be back. Dorcas, thank you for the contribution. Okay, so let's get this whole thing reassembled. So the plan is I just remove this assembly and put our new one, and I can keep these keycaps on. Cause I was supposed to grab CRP while I was out there. Oh, well. I'll do it after I screw everything in. Time is it? Almost 1. Okay. I realize this, is it a little darker? I think maybe, hold on, give me 1 second. There. That should be now a more normal-ish amount of light for our stream here. Two different bits. For case and plate screws. Okay. Now I gotta get these screws out of here. Okay, I believe that's it. Yep. All right, let's screw this assembly in. Hoping that the blockers line up as one would expect them to. I think probably good enough. I don't see anything immediately super bad, and I think even then I gotta screw the whole thing in, and we can make adjustments if we need to. Okay. I lost music in my earpiece for a second. I got kind of confused. Angle this a little better so y'all could see it. All right, last one. I guess there's another mount in between the macro column and the ASDF side of the left half of the board. Okay, cool. Slick. So with how much you despise extra keys on your board, how do you feel about the second B? Actually good. I think it's that if I recall correctly, the way that I was taught was that you're kind of supposed to, I mean, of course you could do anything you want, but you're kind of supposed to type B with your left hand, but I'm a guy who always types it with my right. So it's like having the extra B there reminds me that, like, oh, I can do this here, and I can kind of correct myself sometimes when I remember. Right now on my bear, the second B is mapped to nothing, but part of me wants to make it output. Guess what this key isn't? The letter B, because who needs to? I mean, it's a... Who is that? Oh, dang. Where is my mouse? Mindless Meeple. Thanks for the follow. Welcome and Happy New Year. It's funny, it's a bottom row key, so it's like you definitely can, and you definitely can like make that some other key. There's lots of different like bottom row mods and stuff, right? Like you throw your meta key on there, your hyper key, or just some other like bottom row novelty like keys. I just didn't know what to do with it because I always type B with my left hand. I see. Yeah, so on your right side, you could. I see a lot of people before the double B, people would put like the 00. That might exist in some older key sets. Now here's the funny one was, you know, when I was thinking about like what keys should be doubled up, there's some people out there who say Y there should be a double Y, but you know I'd even go so far as to say like, man, I think you could even put a 6. Okay, I'm gonna go find CRP. Now that's the real blasphemy, isn't it? Okay, I think everything should be in this container, but maybe not. We'll find out. Oh. Not this one at all. Hold on. Okay, so I have two ANSI ENs, and one of them was because I wanted to use the Desco color pack. Yeah, that's kind of it. I wanted to use the ANSI Desco color pack, and I did, and I think that's on the J02 right now. And then the other one, I wanted a spare, just kind of just because. Oh, that's wrong because of the double B. On my Alice, I make the right B map to minus, so I don't have to hit FN esc. Minus apostrophe? Is that what I'm... Minus... Is that... I don't know what key that is. Oh, it's tilde. Okay, got it. I tried Alice keyboards at several meetups and hated them, but then I got the Bear and I have to say I like it way more than I thought I would. I think the problem in meetups is that you're not sitting down. Standing above an Alice and trying to type like that feels like shit, but when it's sitting, it's actually nice. Yes, 100%. 100%. Big agree. I think this is the entire right side, so I can like speed this up. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, I already even parted out the left alt. 1.25U. Oh, that's another thing weird about this keyboard. It uses 1.25U alts. A little strange. But, you know, here's to hoping that future iterations of hhkb Alice's, like the Lilium and anything that'll come past that, will address it. So mindless meeple, I take it you probably use full backspace, and that's probably why you don't maybe typically have access to your tilde key. Part of me wonders, did they do R5 1.25 unit keys? Maybe I should look for that. Oh, yeah, we gotta pull some of these off. I want the nipple key, the dots. F. There it is. I guess they don't do R5 and 1.25 unit. That's a huge bummer. Damn. I know that that's like, it's pretty atypical, but still, that's a bummer. Where's my tab key? Am I missing tab? That doesn't seem good. Here's escape. Where's tab? Oh shit. That's bad. Damn, we got a scuff. Oh shit, it's right here. Oh, whew. Oh, okay, yeah, flush. Thank you. Wow, good eye, good eye. Where I was resting my hand, I was like, where is it? Even on 60%, I still put back quote / tilde on the top left. I'll put escape on the layer, but on Alice, I put escape to the left of the back quote / tilde. Ah, because you use your macro column. The evil keys. Alright, so I'm going to try one little thing, which is the fact that I have these Windows keys. I love the Windows keys design, but what I don't love is that when you put it on 1U, it kind of, it feels like it's placed off-center. I don't know. I don't know if you guys agree, but it's just like I feel like the window should be in the middle. Even on the 1.25 view, I might also still say that it feels a little bit off center. What do you think? I'm gonna try this real quick. You guys think that looks okay? What do you like better, the arrows or the Windows keys? The logo, like the frame of the picture is centered, but like the window itself isn't. Yeah. So it's okay to use. I've always just been like I don't know why I bought this. What do you guys think? All right, how about I do a poll? Why don't I just do a poll? I'll do a poll. Let me know what you guys think. I have the black stars too, but I don't really like them that much, the 4-pointed stars. Okay, let's do a 2-minute poll. Y'all are already here. Get your votes in. And then I'll tidy up. Oh, what'd I do? A lot of love for Win95 right now. How annoying was pulling out the click leaf? Do you like the tactility without the click? Let me play. I feel like I need to do a type test on it first to see. And you know what I could do is I could grab the. I could grab a couple boards. I could grab a BKE board, which is going to be a hard comparison because these are not the heavy springs. I think I like it better than BKE lights. That's for sure. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go grab. There's a BKE heavy board right here. It's the S60, and then I'm gonna go grab the Hello M0110. I think that one still has the clickies in it. Oh, to answer your question, how annoying was it pulling out the click leaf? Just doing the swap from clicky to tactile is a little bit annoying, but the whole sum of also trying to tune it at the same time was very annoying. Like trying to also, like, for example, like oil the springs. Like doing all of that is annoying, in addition to handling the click leaf. So I ordered some of the IROX blues whenever those will ship. I'll need to get some Alps plates cut, but I'm kind of excited to try them. Sinvik, important point to make. They're not Alps plates. They're Alps-like plates. So like the actual cutout of the IROX switch is a tiny, tiny bit bigger. And I think Reading Raf gave those measurements. But whatever the measurements are, if you go to AIO3's plate generator, there's an IROX option, because those are actually different from Alps SKCM and SKCL. Also, I'm gonna guess Win 95-1, right? I totally missed it. Let me see if there's like gotta be manage poll, view results. Yeah, 5 votes to 0 for Win 95. Okay, so we're good there. All right, so real quick, I'll do this. This is just standard heavy clickies. Oh wait, fuck, this is not standard heavy clickies at all. I think that was in a different build. Shit. This is stupid. It's like just a regular linear. I think these are lavenders, if I recall correctly. I could go find the assembly and then not screw it into anything again. I'm gonna do that. I saw that they had the AIO3 plate generator, but it didn't look deep enough. I was planning on using that utility to get to lay out a plate to get cut. Yeah, make sure that like you keep that in mind, and then also like just see that the plate generator has that. There's one that just says IROX when choosing between like Cherry, Alps, and a few other options. Okay, like a moron I am, this is not screwed into any board. Ignore that whole previous sequence. Okay, so this right here is standard heavy clickies. These are the 70, either 70 or 75 gram clickies. And then these are the tactilified 45 gram clickies. Oh, I should not be plugged in here. I mean, we are watching your channel. We ignore most of what happens here. This is interesting. These are supposed to be the lighter ones, right? But they actually feel a little bit heavier than the heavy clickies. Now, this probably honestly sounds a little bit better when you put it in a case. Stupidly enough, I don't have this screwed into that keyboard that I just pulled out. But in terms of how the tactility feels, it is interesting, I think, one, that this feels a little bit heavier, even though it's the lighter spring. Both of them have a situation here where... oh, that's been like, that sound is freaking me out. Both of them have a situation where like the bump is very, very, very defined. Like as soon as you go past it, like you're in a quick free fall down to bottom out. So it's a very, very defined. But I would say more so for the one that you would call tactile. So this is really interesting being able to do this in the sequence that I did, because if I were to tactilify the heavier one, that probably would just be way too heavy. My guess. I'm not sure. Man, I kind of do want to put this in the board, though. Should we? I'm gonna do it. We're gonna take a quick detour tangent and actually put. Let's do this. I'm gonna put this build in here. Also, real quick, just I kind of want to clear off my desk, but this is the difference between the tactile clickies and BKE heavy. So I would venture to say that the way they characterized it on the website when you try to tactilify these clickies is actually pretty accurate. The tactile bump is a lot like BKE heavies. It's a very, very, very defined. But the switch is not, like in total, is not like BKE heavy, just because, you know, there's the rubberiness of a rubber dome, right? So that's pretty cool, pretty interesting. All right, I'm gonna set this aside for right now, just so I could have some space to put this build back in to the Hello M0110. And then I'll also get the music back on. Okie doke. Oh, this like PVD brass has a bunch of fingerprints on it. I should probably try to brush it off before it, I don't know if it does like long-term damage or something. Maybe. Kind of, wow. It's like a little fingerprint mark that's really deep in there. Okay. Similarly, this also has 5 screws. Oh, I think this is where this is actually where the Desco was. This is where the other CRP ANSI was. I think what the J02 has is the Desco Black, which was its own full set. But this right here is the the Ian ANSI with the Desco color pack, or the color kit. Coincidentally, this is where it's arrived. On these, what I believe are lavender switches. think it's lavenders with the 63.5 3-stage springs from Prevail. I think I still won't be able to tell without pulling a keycap off. Wow, that vessel is thick. The bezel, yeah. Yeah, this is the Hello M0110. I should do a tactile build. I actually still really like tactile switches sometimes. Yeah, tactile switches are cool. I think that there's the strong feelings towards preferring linear switches. The way that I would look at it is, I don't know. It's like, it's clean. Like, you're getting a sound and a feeling that's, I mean, there's nothing complicated like about the motion. So what you're feeling, and then also by extension hearing, it's just, it's what it is, right? Tactility adds like another dimension. I think that's a thing. Okay, so this is the zebra wood. Yeah, oh, there we go. Zebra wood with the lavenders. Yeah. So I don't know if y'all can see that. And then we broke up the top right because I think it didn't have split backspace. We were trying to like cut that off. Okay. So let's put this guy in. I'll leave it unscrewed for now, and then we will bruh. What? Oh my goodness. I almost need to do something like in topiary builds where you kind of have to raise, like keep this elevated. All right, a few more plate screws, and then we can connect the JST. You got to remember to connect that JST. And then shut it in with the case screws. All right. Okie doke. Only if you want to use it. Good point. Solid point. I don't even think I'm going to be plugging it in. But in the future, this will probably be a helpful thing for me to do now rather than later. Alrighty, cool. Oh, I forgot to stow these arrow keys away. Alright, we're going to put the TX60 PC off to the side here. Nicely displayed in front of the alien sign. Alright, now we'll go and run this comparison. Six months down the line, Chris pulled out the Hello M0110 to show something, plugs it in, and gives himself a heart attack because it doesn't work. Yeah, that's why I had to plug it in. All right. So let's pause this again here, and here's the comparison. Again, this is Clickiez as you would just buy them if you got the heavier ones. Probably a more something more useful in hearing it once it's now mounted into an actual case rather than it's sitting here. I think that's an important thing about specifically Clickiez. Like any clicky switch, the case will affect how I personally like it. Like the way that it sounds is affected by the case that it's in. And when I was just like putting it bare down on the desk mat, like I was for the this previous brass build before we started stream, I was just typing on it with no case and like the extra assembly I plugged in via USB. That one's like, it's funny and it's fine. But when it comes to clicky switches, if there's no case for the clicky sounds to, like, I guess, resonate in, I like it less. I don't have anything better to say than that. So I think clicky switches in the M0110 is the right choice, and those keycaps too for aesthetics. Yeah, this one was very planned. Okay, so again, heavy Clickiez, how it sounds, and then light but tactilified Clickiez. I gotta say, I like this. They're really heavy. I didn't anticipate that. They're really heavy, and I like them. Even though they're the light variant, tactilified, I like these a lot. Different boards, so it's naturally going to sound kind of different, but they are very, very tactile and pretty heavy. Yeah, I gotta say that's a good switch. That's a good switch. But they are crazy, right? Like in terms of needing to perform the tactility mod, and then on top of that trying to, like, you know, basically have the dexterity to do any other mod, like lubing the stem and oiling the springs. So it's also really expensive too. So it's a big mix. A big mix of a lot of things that would go into getting your switches to be like this. But do I want to say it's worth it after all of that? Maybe to me it might be worth it. To anybody else, I'm not sure. Actually, they cost, yeah, they're really expensive, so kind of nuts. Okay, let's get a prediction up. Oh, that's very tactile. It's kind of crazy. All right, we're gonna do 130 again. All right, guys. For anyone who's interested in betting on whether or not I'll make it to 130 words per minute, get your wagers in now with your channel points. Not to mention, you could use said channel points on the community challenge here to unseal Perestroika. So get your predictions in for anyone out there listening in, tuned in here. We're about to do this type test for the tactilified Zeal Clickiez in the BMEK, one of my favorite boards right now. So, okay, I'll leave this in frame. Why not? Ooh, let me find a good. I mean, I guess. Let's see. Let's find a good monkey type theme. I guess it would be 9009. Yeah. Also, honestly, I think I'm gonna pass on Letter Invaders tonight. That game is long and there's a lot of pressure. Maybe I'll come back to it tomorrow. But we'll do a couple type tests. We'll do some Flappy Bird typing tutor, and then we'll give away these Zeal stabilizers. I need to. You know, I could do that during the actual race, just like finding all the wires and all the stuff. I don't think I'd ever de-click clickies, but I do like clickies. I would think they'd have more satisfying a sound though if the housing were opaque. It's funny, like, does that really matter? Because like it kind of like I feel like that matters sometimes. Like the way the switch looks might might affect how I think they feel or sound. Like I definitely have that, but I wonder if that's like if that's real, even if it were the same material. All right, looks like that prediction period's over. Okay, so let's talk about this, and then I'll close the window, guys. This is the BMEK hhkb Alice blocked off macro column with these KBD fans and KMAC happy 1 unit switch blockers. It's got an aluminum case, brass plate, tactilified light Zeal Clickiez, and CRP R4 ANSI. Threshold is 130. We got a 60-second test. Camera's pointed downward. Music is off. Fan is off. Ooh. All right. I say let's do this. Oh, I did it. Hey, shouts out believers. Oh my. Congrats. Kill Combat. Oh, thank you. Congrats. Congrats on the win. More points to send over in the community challenge. Okay, so let's chat about this real quick. They are heavy. They're heavy and they're very tactile. So yeah, I would not recommend tactilifying the heavy clickies, because tactilifying the light clickies still results in it being really heavy. You were crushing it and it almost fell apart at the end. Yeah. Yeah, that happens a lot. But the funny thing too is just with regards to accuracy, like, because and we see this with you know, the S60 and in general these BK heavies that I've put in a couple of boards now, between this, the S60, the heavy grail, and the live oak. I really like them because the starting force is really high without the whole switch being stupidly heavy. And when that's the case, I think that's when I make the least amount of mistakes. And you could see that my accuracy was incredibly solid for the beginning of it. You know, I've had 100% accuracy tests before, but a lot of times I feel like that comes down to flukes. But this one I can definitely tell it was like, it was helping me in that way. So, definitely a different sound. But when it comes to just like, not really how they even feel either, but like the properties they have that they share is just that super high starting force, while having like the same travel, and while also not being so much heavier after that initial force. What are your favorite MX springs? Anything long, literally anything long I think is fine. Long and about anywhere, like, gotta be heavier than about 65 grams, maybe 63.5, kind of pushing it, but I'd prefer 67 to 68. Anything long. We're talking, like, I like at the very least gotta be Sprit Slow 1 length, which I think is about 16 millimeters. But I gotta go, like, I like 2 Sprit Slow 2, 3, 4, 5. I like Prevail 3 stage. I like Kinetic Labs 2 stage. Anything long. Damn, you're a heavy typer, yeah. Well, yeah, kind of. But again, it boils down to me, like, my preference is to have that high actuation force, which is what, like, long MX springs, I feel like what they do is kind of provide that long actuation force, which helps a lot on linear switches for me. And then again, that reduces my amount of mistakes, which kind of feels like it makes me increase my confidence and then my speed when I type. So yeah. Heavy initial force plus snappy return, yes. And I mean, like, people call like snappy returns being an effective, like, in MX, being an effective, like, spring, like multi-stage springs, but I like, you know, I like even like no stage springs, you know, when it comes to like Sprit Slow 5 is pretty damn long. Those are nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a couple of 30s and then we'll do 15s with some music. Oh, sheesh, that turned out pretty nice. Yeah, let me go, you know, this reminds me, because it's on brass, right? It reminds me of the X60R that I built. So let me go grab that. I want to compare that too. All right. So the X60R, let me make sure. Let's talk about what's in it, because I don't want to get the springs wrong. This X60R was built with yoke panda housings, halo true stems, and Sprit Slow Extreme 2 68-gram springs. Oh wow, these are significantly less tactile. Like not even close. So people might know this. I've always given shit about not saying Franken switch names. I think that they're not helpful alone. But you know what? I can say them. It's fine. It's a new year, right? I can say them, but it's still important to be helpful. These are holy pandas, but like, you know, actual Franken switched holy pandas with the yoke housings, the halo true stems, and then the Sprit Slow Extreme 2 springs I add, which I think is sometimes somewhat, you know, not super common, because I think there's a move to use like either one of the stock switches springs or using some kind of progressive spring. I had thought these were really, really tactile, and this is built on brass. I thought these were really, really tactile, but now going back to it from trying these Zeal, you know, clickies that were tactilified, there's no contest. This is significantly more tactile. It's actually kind of crazy. So if you had ever thought that, like, you know, your holy pandas were tactile, like, yeah, this is like more tactile by like 3 times. This is like 3 times more tactile. It's kind of nuts. Okay, let's do another 30. Oh God. All right. One more. I wanna go and do a comparison of one more, because this has actually become a really particularly interesting build. Just by virtue of the switches, which I don't know that these have gotten a whole lot of love. Just because from a standpoint of content creation, I feel like there's a lot of people who like linear switches a lot more. And on top of that, the pricing on this was ridiculous. And then on top of that, people were probably leaving them clicky, so they weren't tuning them and they weren't turning them tactile. But guys, I gotta tell you guys, this is nuts. But I'm gonna go grab one more. We're gonna try if I can see a Brown Alps build. I think I have the walnut tofu. All right, in general, cookies have mostly gotten a lot of hate, bro. Unfounded. I mean, maybe it's founded on the price. I'll give everybody that, but this is nuts. So thanks for the lurk. Oh yeah, not close. I mean, this, like, it feels great, but just on a raw scale of, like, you know, if there's a scale of tactility, not how nice the switch is. This is a nice switch, but the scale of tactility, I don't even know what would compare to this. there's nothing. This is, I'm gonna go back and look at the Zeal Clickiez page. Let's take a look at this because it's funny. I think it probably even describes this. This switch can be transformed from clicky to ultra high tactile. Think BKE level, but even more extreme. And that's true. That's true. Fush, what did you do for those blockers? I've been thinking of doing something like that to my wood tofu. Oh, are you talking about, so this tofu right here? Real quick so that you guys could see. The blockers, I had this plate cut, like custom cut from Pinocchio, and I integrated the blockers just straight into the plate. So there's nothing additional here. It's that I cut a 60% plate with no cutouts on the bottom corners. If you wanted to do something, I guess, like for win keyless, if that's what you're going for, you do the same thing just in the other position, I guess. Or you do something, whatever layout it is that you want to just block. You want to block the W key. I guess you could just remove the cutout there, you know? Yeah. Okay, let's get some music back on. Fuck W. All right, I'm gonna do a couple more type tests with the music on. Just some quick 15s, and then we'll play some Flappy Bird Typing Tutor, and then finally run our giveaway. I'll leave it here so you guys can watch me type. What the hell is this? Hold up. Sorry about that. Okie doke. Crazy. This unique, man. Yeah, I give it 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. Yeah. I don't know. This build could get better, man. Really don't. It would have been interesting to throw them on the palm plate. I think that would have been interesting. I don't know how it would have been, but we weren't able to do it because of the plate that I did cut. Like, I'd have to get a new plate cut with the cutouts a little bit bigger, but I'm liking this a lot, so. Did you lube anything other than the springs? I haven't even opened one up yet, but was kind of wanting to try to lubing them. Yeah, I typically I mean I lube kind of everything. Like I lube the housings. I don't think I lubed. So I think here's the thing. I didn't lube the back of the stem because the back of the stem making contact with the tactility leaf, which is behind it. Like I didn't lube that. But I did lube the legs. So the thing is, the legs are linear. So I lubed the legs and then I lubed the contacts, like the actual contact leaves on the front. Yeah. Anyways, you can smooth that out on the leg side because that's not where the tactility comes from, and that's what's really interesting about that. So, lube the housings, the leaves, or sorry, the contact leaves, but not the tactility leaf. Not the back side of the stem, but every other part of the stem, basically. And then oil the springs as well. Squid Charger! Welcome back. It's good to see you again. Oh. Glad to have you back and Happy New Year. Hope you've been good. Hold up real quick. But yeah, they're blockers. I don't like macro columns on my keyboards, so I just block them off. But yeah, okay, so that's that for that. Squidchart, I hope you've been good. It's been a minute. I hope Splatoon's been treating you well. All right, we're playing some Flappy Bird typing tutor. Lockers? Yeah, they're literally just like, there's switches that are supposed to be there, but for me, like, I'm just a guy. There's not a lot of people who are like me. It's just like, I don't want those switches to be there, so it's literally just like, yeah, they're fillers, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Some Flappy Bird typing tutor. What am I getting ready for? Oh, I see. I have to start writing the word. Oh, shit. I think my recent high is 26. Ah, bruh. Oh my god. I'm head off, got work to do. You're probably done soon, but enjoy the rest of your stream either way. Catch you around. Sonus, thanks so much for coming by. Appreciate it. What the? Hold up. What? Yo, wait, hold up, wait a second. That was the word carpet, right? Oh, did I not? I don't know what I hit. Oh my god. Frustration, flapping, annoying. First 3 words perfectly describe what we're watching. 100%. Oh, bro. Okay, one more. Last one. Well, no. One more. That was too short. Bro, infuriate. It keeps coming up. Is there an end to this level and any progression, or do you just have to keep... I think you just keep going and going. Vin yesterday said that his high score is like 176. And it's just like, Jesus. And this game is so hard because it's like it's more than just tapping Flappy Bird. It's like you got to keep your eyes on what to type, and then you got to type it, and then you got to know where your bird is, and you got to know where the pipes are. It's like that's like 4 things to like keep in your brain during this game. Oh, too crazy, too crazy. All right, I think we're coming close to an end here on this stream, but you know it's about that time. It's giveaway time, guys. Let me get marbles open, make sure there's no updates or anything, and then I'm gonna sort some of this out here. The thing we're giving away, I need to kind of complete it just a little bit. All right. Let's do a community map. Shady Charming Chasm. Let's do this. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Have a great night, Chris. Thank you for stream. This was a really cool build. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, thanks so much for dropping by. All right. Okay. So let's get this started here. All right. Followers only. Let's do this race. I'll give a little ping. I know it's a late night ping, but let's do this. Let's do a here ping. Here. All right, I just did a little here ping because I don't want to wake people up. It's already 2 a.m. on a weeknight. All right, where is my cursor? Let's put a little timer on this. Let's do 2.5 minutes while we watch people sort of trickle in. And we got a couple y'all in here. Kill Combat Flush, Squid Charger. %. All right, I'm gonna join in too. Okay, so as usual, the rules on these giveaways: first place gets to claim. No rerolls. So if first doesn't claim, they could choose who to give it to, or we'll just pass it on to second, third, and so on. Last place finisher does get to choose the raid target. Anybody. So we could find some makers and crafting people who are working on keyboards, if there are any this late at night. But you could choose anybody. It's your choice. Your friends, your favorites, your favorite hot tub streamers, whatever you want. If I win first place, last place finisher gets the prize and the choice of the raid target. So, about a minute left to join, guys. Anybody out there who would like to get in on this, exclamation play to join. Meanwhile, I gotta check whether or not these I'm trying to get in on these Kazuya and Sephiroth amiibos. They're supposed to be out today. I'm trying to just see if I can get in on Amazon for some free shipping, so I don't have to go drop by Target or Best Buy. Looks like they're still not up. I haven't even played Smash in like years, but I'm still collecting these amiibos. I haven't even tried some of these characters. Ooh, some quick pieces of news. GMK panels finished production, as well as GMK Classic Retro Zuyin. Okay, it looks like it's just us four. Guys, you guys got a really good chance of winning this prize. I think it like yeah, pretty nice prize, I think. Kill combat, flush. Me and Squid Charger still stuck in that that thing we haven't made down the track yet. I just did. Squid Charger, whoa. Hold on, let me look at this. There's no way. Okay. Dude, he's just like, Squid Charger's just there chilling. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm sure there's a couple of these obstacles here still. I hate it here. Hey, you still got a good chance to choose your raid target. If you want, we could choose someone in Splatoon. I've been playing a lot of Grizzco and Table Turf. I was just like, I mauled too much in X rank and Anarchy. I get so mad. Like I'm like my X rank. I think I've only powered in tower control, and I think I powered at like 1500. I've not played a single game of Table Turf. It's really good when you're lying down, cause like, you know, you gotta be focused when you actually play real games. But Table Turf is Table Turf. Like if I'm just chilling watching TV or something, laying in bed, Table Turf is perfect. All right, Kill Combat got a healthy lead, but let's take a look and see what happens with these propellers. Getting batted around. Oh, Kill Combat died. Oh, this is like a dangerous death portion, huh? There's a chance we might all die here. What if I win? Oh, Fush just died. Oh, am I gonna die? Oh, I'm gonna make it through. Alright. Squid Charger is just me and you. Basically means it's just you. Oh, what is this? Alright, there's no firewall yet. So we're not at risk of immediately dying, but there's a lot going on. You know, there's this ovaries looking thing that spirals downwards. This is gonna be a little while, but it looks like there are some boosters on it. Squid Charger is still kind of back there. So it's up to Squid Charger to win. If he dies or if we all die, I guess, like I said, last place finisher, but then it kind of becomes nullified. I guess it would go to last place, Kill Combat. I'm probably stuck again. Oh, you're bouncing around. That propeller's... Okay, you're good. You're good. Oh, Squid Charger made it through. Okie doke. So it looks like I'm about to win. Alright, so here's the rules. I'm about to win, right? I think. Barring something crazy. So as I mentioned, last place finisher would win the prize and the choice of the raid target. So Squid Charger's just got to finish before the firewall comes. Still not at risk of it. Bro, I missed marbles again. Arigato Roboto, I apologize. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Look at that. Oh, look who won. Oh. R.I.P. All right, for anyone who hasn't already joined the Discord and would like notifications for when I go live and would like the ability to claim prizes tonight or in future nights, feel free to join that Discord. I have just won this, but that means Squid Charger Are you interested in claiming the prize? You were the last place finisher. You interested in claiming this? These are some Zeal stabilizers. I was supposed to put this all together, so it requires a little bit of assembly from this stuff. What is the prize? These are keyboard stabilizers. So you use these when you're assembling a keyboard for some of the longer keys here: Shift, Enter, Spacebar, Backspace, and so on. Necessary for these MX style keyboard builds. Are you interested in purchasing it? I think this got something like a retail value of about 30 bucks. Let me know if you claim, and if you do, find me on the list on my Discord, send me a DM, and I can arrange getting it to you. Depends on if you mind that I'm in the EU, not a problem. I got you. I got you. Let me know. Say the word claim if you claim. Wolf Toasty, this man's does not stop streaming. Hey, we're going again tomorrow. We're gonna be back here tomorrow. Claim, all right. Okay, so hey, make sure to join the Discord. DM me, and we'll arrange how I get this to you. Congratulations. Also, as the last place finisher, you also get to choose the raid target. Who do you want to raid? You could raid anybody. Gion Works is probably the biggest keyboard streamer that's live right now. I think he's, he manufactures these incredible projects. But you're free to raid anybody. I'll leave the raid to you. All right. Okay, let's choose Gion. Wait, hold on. Are there any hot tub streamers right now? Do you guys see any hot tub streamers? I don't see any on my front page. All right, let's do Gion. Did you sleep? I napped a little. All right, let's do Gion, our good friend. Okay, for those of you who are subbed, that's the raid message. For those of you who are not subbed, that's the raid message. Guys, I appreciate it. We've done a lot of streaming. And we're gonna be back again tomorrow. I think we're gonna do a rebuild of the Oxara. So desoldering those oolongs so I can do a spring swap in those separately outside of stream. But we're gonna do a totally different rebuild. I think we're gonna build it with Mizu Minx. So send Gion some love. Stay tuned for where when we go live tomorrow. Appreciate it. And until then, good night, guys.